All right, everybody. Welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order. At this time, we're going to go for a disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Anyone? No? Seeing none? Moving on to our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we're on the treaty lands and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue in their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations upheld their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and to respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. We'll now be moving into closed session. Reading that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington.
Like Jess first.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. I skipped ahead. We are actually appointing Jess Furman as Deputy Clerk for this upcoming closed session on February 23rd, 2026. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder. All those in favor? Moved. So with closed session, the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington convey in closed session in accordance with Section 239, 2B, and C of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider personal matters about an identifiable individual related to the CAO's performance review, corporate organizational restructuring, and proposed or pending acquisition of land related to a bridge construction project. A mover for that, please. Councillor Evoy, seconder. Councillor Adams, all those in favor? So moved. We will be back at 6 o'clock. Thank you. I'll be chairing this meeting, which is exciting for myself, but we do have our mayor in attendance all the way from Mexico, staying safe there. We're just coming out of closed session. Firstly, thank you all for being here. There are some matters arising from that, and so I'll read those now. This is regarding two bridges, 32P and 33P. And it's that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington delegate authority to the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services to execute an agreement of purchase and sale between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and Jeffrey Bloch, to purchase a portion of land municipally known as 7112 Noah Road, Center Wellington, for the purposes of a 5-meter widening of the existing road allowance in the amount of $30,012.50. And that the Council of Township of Center Wellington delegate authority to the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services to execute a temporary access agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and Jeffrey Bloch for the purpose of temporary construction access during the bridge reconstruction period occurring in 2026 on the property municipally known as 7112 Noah Road, Center Wellington. And that the Council of Township of Center Wellington delegate authority to the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services to execute an agreement of purchase of sale between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington. This is not just a repeat of what I've already just said.
That's a different location.
Different location. Oh, apologies. The Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and Cleon and Martha Horst, to purchase a portion of land municipally known as 711 Noah Road, Center Wellington, for the purposes of a 5-meter widening of the existing road allowance in the amount of $30,012.50. And that the Council of Township of Center Wellington delegate authority to the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services to execute a temporary access agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and Cleon and Martha Horst for the purpose of temporary construction access during the bridge reconstruction period occurring in 2026 on the property municipally known as 711 Noah Road, Center Wellington. And that the council directs staff to bring a report back to council in open session subsequent to receipt of the final agreements of purchase and sale and temporary access agreements as executed by the owners of the properties municipally known as 711 and 7112 Noah Road, Center Wellington. Thank you for that. May I have a mover? Councillor Wilton and the seconder, Councillor Adams, all those in favor? So moved. We're going to move on to presentations and announcements. This is a good one. 9.1, acknowledgement of service. Tom Melvoy, Fire Chief. Come on up. Our fire chief here is retiring and we are very, very happy for him. No. We have a certificate of recognition, and I'm just going to read from that quick, Tom.
Sure.
In appreciation of the 33 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the township and CW Fire Rescue. From his beginnings as a volunteer firefighter in 1993 to his leadership as fire chief, Tom has exemplified professionalism, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public safety. His contributions to fire prevention, public education, and organizational leadership have left a lasting legacy. In 2021, we were privileged to see Tom step into the role of fire chief. Since that moment, his leadership has been marked by a deep respect for his team, an unwavering commitment to his service, and an enduring dedication to keeping our community safe, no matter the challenge. On behalf of CW Rescue and the township, we'd like to extend heartfelt thanks to the chief for his years of hard work, dedication, and service. Congratulations on this incredible achievement and best wishes for a well-deserved retirement.
Thank you very much.
The only thing I would personally add is an applause from everyone. Not just applauding the work that you've done, but the way you've done it. Yeah. I think you've been great in the role, so thank you. Please.
Yeah, if I could just take a second to, first of all, thank my family, fellow firefighters, peers, all the managing directors. I've dealt with you in some sort of way and area. Really want to thank you for your support and help there, and council. It's not every fire chief that has a council that will actually listen to them and support them like I've been able to have. So I really appreciate that. And Dan, it's been a pleasure working for you. Thank you very much.
Before you step away, I'm sure everyone at the table probably has a comment for you, but if not, we'll at the very least take a picture. But go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I do want to take this moment to thank you for educating me, especially in battery storage. You know, that was a long drawn out conversation and it was education. And so I'm going to miss being able to contact you for those sorts of questions. And thank you so much.
Thank you. My phone number, I think, is going to stay the same. You ever have a question? If you have a question, I'd be happy to answer.
Been amazing.
Thank you.
I don't need a formal word. Thank you. Yeah, I see you as a friend, and thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, would council be willing to take a picture with Tom? And Tom, would you be willing to come around up front? One more round of applause for Tom. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 9.2. We have Samantha Lawson to make a presentation regarding the GRCA. Welcome and thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. Okay, so I did have a presentation. Oh. Do I control the presentation? You can use the clicker, yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Council, very much for this opportunity to come to speak to you today. My name is Samantha Lawson, and I'm the CAO of the Grand River Conservation Authority. I'm here today to give you a high-level overview of the proposed 2026 budget, as well as to give you a quick update on the provincial proposal for the consolidation of conservation authorities. The Grand River watershed is the largest in Southern Ontario. Earlier this year, the GRCA updated its strategic plan to address the evolving issues affecting our watershed, which include population growth and climate change. Our programs balance human, environmental, and economic needs so that we can deliver on our vision of a healthy watershed that connects, strengthens, and sustains resilient communities. We work with watershed communities to reduce flood risk, maintain and support a healthy watershed, and connect people to nature. The first pillar focuses on protecting life and minimizing property damage. So the GRCA owns and operates 7 large reservoirs that play a critical role in flood mitigation and low flow augmentation. In late 2025, we completed a major project at the Shan Dam. This was the Shan Dam Isolation Stop Logs project, which addressed the need for isolation stop logs, which were not constructed during the original dam construction, but are essential for routine maintenance of the dam and its gates. So this also included the fabrication of 30-foot-long stop logs weighing in at about 10,000 pounds each, and the construction of an on-site storage building to house the stop logs. The GRCA staff undertake review and comment on Planning Act applications and other planning documents such as official plans and secondary plans for the township and county on natural hazard matters. The GRCA administers a permitting and compliance program for development within areas that are regulated by the GRCA. And in 2025, the GRCA issued 46 permits in the township of Centre Wellington. The second strategic pillar focuses on improving watershed health with a strong emphasis on improving water quality in the Grand River. The primary objective of the Source Water Protection Program is to safeguard current and future drinking water supplies from contamination and depletion. The Grand River Source Protection Plan is currently undergoing a comprehensive review under Section 36 of the Clean Water Act. This review will align all drinking water systems in Wellington County, along with their associated source protection policies with the 2021 technical rules. Lake Erie Source Protection staff support the plan's implementation through regular municipal working group meetings and one-on-one collaborations with local partners. The GRCA also delivers a voluntary rural water quality program on behalf of 6 upper-tier municipalities in the watershed to help farmers implement best practices to improve and protect water quality. Since 1998, more than 8,000 voluntary projects have been completed, with $26 million in grants and over $17 million invested by municipalities and landowners watershed-wide. Each program is locally developed with input from the farming community, and variation in grant rates and eligible projects are tailored to reflect local priorities and budgets. In Wellington County, the program includes support for decommissioning or upgrading private wells on non-farm and settlement area wells. Over the past 2 years in the Township of Centre Wellington, $107,000 in grants have been awarded to 37 projects, including 16 rural non-farm and settlement area well projects. Since 1998, a total of $2 million in grants have been provided to 811 projects across Centre Wellington, with a combined value of these projects exceeding $5 million. Of the total grant funding, $1.4 million was contributed by Wellington County, while the remaining $600,000 was secured by the GRCA through external sources such as Forestry Ontario, Natural Smart Climate Solutions, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So we know that spending time in nature has a positive effect on people's physical and mental health. At the GRCA, we connect people with the natural environment by providing environmental education programs and access to outdoor spaces. A new priority added to the strategic plan is to ensure our organization is thinking about and ready for the challenges of the future. As part of this priority, we have included goals related to fostering sustainable and efficient operations and continuing to focus on responsible and sustainable management of our land holdings. Some budget challenges we have had this year are likely fairly similar to our municipal partners, including the current economic climate, inflation, supply chain issues, cost pressures from tariffs, and skilled labor shortages. Projections of conservation area revenue can be challenging as they are largely influenced by customer demand and weather. A few other notable challenges worth mentioning are that the environmental education program is still in transition, we have aging infrastructure, and that we are facing increasing demands on land management. As with many other organizations, we also face the challenge of keeping pace with digital innovation and technology advancements to improve service delivery and process efficiencies. So this slide highlights some of the key material changes and assumptions that are affecting the 2026 operating budget. So a 5% compensation and benefit adjustment takes into account the full year impact of the market adjustment that became in effect July 1st, 2025, as well as estimates for the January 1st rate increases, grid movements, and benefit cost increases. Our insurance expenses have increased, and administrative information systems continues to increase by 10%. Operating expenses have occurred in program areas most impacted by existing inflationary cost pressures, which the conservation area expenses have increased by $660,000 over the past year, primarily due to higher projected costs associated with visitor volume. So the overall outcome of the operating expenses is an increase of approximately $1.2 million or 3.7%. So this slide summarizes the changes in each operating capital, special projects, and fundings to reserves compared to the 2025 approved budget. So the overall budget decreased in this draft is approximately $600,000. The operating budget represents 32.6 million of the overall draft budget. So this is broken down by allocating 4.3 million to the general operating expenses, 11.5 to category 1, which is our mandatory programs and services, 1.2 million in category 2, which is our municipal programs that we deliver through the category 2 agreements, and 15.6 million in category 3, which are board approved programs and services. So that's our hydro production, our parks, and our land management programs. For capital, we have a budget of 5.6 million in expense, made up of 3.2 million in category 1 for water management infrastructure major maintenance, gauges and hardware, 400,000 in the motor pool and information systems capital expense, and 2 million for conservation area capital. Our special project expenditures are budgeted around 1 million, made of roughly of 950,000 in category 2 for the rural water quality grants, species at risk in a subwatershed study, as well as 92,000 for category 3 confirmed special projects. So other special projects will be incorporated into the final budget as agreements and financial expectations are finalized. So this next slide just sort of highlights to you our revenue. So approximately 1/3 of our revenue is from municipal apportionment or levy. Nearly 50% is self-generated, and government grants and reserves account for approximately 10% each. So the board in this budget is recommending a 3.5 apportionment increase, which results into an overall increase of 481,000 for the 2026 budget. For the Township of Centre Wellington, this results in an increase of $29,684, or an 8.3% increase from the prior year due to the municipal current value assessment proration as described by the province. The first draft of the 2026 budget was distributed to municipalities earlier in November, and in December, the GRCA board finalized the municipal apportionment. In December, a notice was also sent to the municipalities regarding the apportionment vote, which was approved and passed at our past meeting in January. And all of this, I should mention, is prescribed through a regulation for us, so the budget process is really clearly outlined in there with the requirements. So the final draft of the 2026 budget is going to the board at the end of this month at our AGM for approval. So the next slides are more focused on the provincial proposed consolidation. So specifically what that means for the GRCA is that they're looking to create the Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority, which spans from basically Centre Wellington right down to Windsor and Sarnia. So it covers about a 25,000 kilometer area, which includes 81 municipalities. There's also been the creation of the Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, which was done through Bill 68, so it has been enacted in the legislation. This is a provincial agency that is going to oversee whatever the number of conservation authorities there's going to be. The one caveat to that too, which is I think I highlight a bit further on, but is a significant issue of our board, is that the province has the ability to levy the municipalities to pay for the agency, and the agency itself will have anywhere from 5 to 12 provincially appointed board members. So a bit of a significant item there. The goal of the province through all of this is really to modernize the Conservation Authority system. So looking at improving consistency and efficiency, particularly around the permitting process in Ontario. The GRCA board agrees that modernization is needed. There are certainly some opportunities across the 36 conservation authorities for some sort of consolidation so that there can be improved efficiencies, really from technology, the technology standpoint. I think as well, there are some inconsistencies in terms of how each CA implements the regulation and the policies that they have. So the province is looking at more consistent application for that. And it will provide greater capacity to some. So when we're talking about the source protection region, there's 3 other CAs that are included in that area. just to give you an idea of the size of that, one of the CAs, their revenue budget is about 1.7 million. And I think the other two are around 5 to 6 million each. So much smaller scale. And certainly there would be an opportunity there to increase the capacity should the province move forward with the modernization. However, I will say that the board has acknowledged that the size of the Regional Conservation Authority that the GRCA would be included in is extremely large, and they're concerned about the risk to decision making in terms of making sure that local watershed needs are addressed at that scale. There is concern as well about the larger population centers, so the City of London, Windsor, Sarnia, Chatham will all be included in this new revised area, and there's concern that the local rural voice will not have as much say. Also, the stress too is that conservation authorities were founded on watershed-based management, and there's a concern that that'll be lost with the greater size. So as I alluded to earlier on, the GRCA is suggesting that, again, we do recognize that there's a need to modernize and we support that, but we think that the right size solution would be at the source protection region scale. There's 19 already in the province. Those areas are based on science and watershed boundaries. There's existing municipal relationships. There's already relationships within those conservation authorities in terms of support. So we think that it would still achieve the goals that the province has identified. So there are still some things too that if the province is going to continue to move forward with the consolidation, we just really ask that they consider that they take a right size approach to developing those boundaries. We also ask that the existing source protection regions stay in place. I'm not sure how many there are in our proposed, but I think there's 5 or 6 maybe. So we're just asking that they continue with the existing source protection regions and not amalgamate the source protection regions. One of the other more significant concerns is with each agency have their own assets, reserves, and have also invested in those assets. So we're asking that the province also recognize that each watershed can keep their local assets and reserves, and that in particular for the GRCA, we have a significant reserve for our dam infrastructure. We have about $1 billion worth of infrastructure, and we've done, thankfully, the organization for decades and decades has been very responsible about maintaining those assets and have built reserves to reflect that. So we hope that they stay within the Grand River watershed. Again, just clarification on the new agency's role and how that's going to work, as well as the funding model for that reserve. So at a really high level, that's the comments in terms of the GRC with the proposed consolidation, and I'd be happy to take any questions on the budget or the provincial proposal.
Thank you very much for that, Samantha. And I will look to council now for questions and comments. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the overall report with what you have to work with right now, right? So I do understand that. With regards to going ahead in the future, what do you need from, say, me as a councillor? Are you asking us to endorse this or, okay?
Yeah, that would be really helpful. I think it carries a lot of weight with the minister to have council resolutions as well as any advocacy you can have for. I think one of the big things we've been really pushing is that, GRCA was, so the Conservation Authority Act was established on the GRCA model, the watershed model. And the reason why it works is because it's on a watershed scale that's manageable in terms of addressing local needs and issues. And getting to a much larger scale, we really aren't convinced that you'll get the same level of service as what you do now, or the same attention to the watershed issues. And given the GRCA is a very unique watershed, we wouldn't want those interests to get diluted as a bigger agency comes in.
Thank you, and thank you. I think that's a good segue to Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. I actually have a couple of questions on the budget, but then I'll pick up on what Councillor McDonald was asking about. I was just curious, you mentioned the nature education programs, I've lost where it is in your slide deck, but are undergoing change. I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about what's happening with that, because it's such an important program for youth in the watershed.
So back in 2021, the province went through and did a major overhaul of the Conservation Authorities Act. And so one of the big changes was that we had to revise the way we did our budget. So that's where you get the category 1, 2, and 3. They wanted to create greater transparencies for municipalities so they could see where their budget dollars were being allocated. They also made it so that we could only levy for category 1, so the mandatory program services.
Right.
So environmental education falls into a category 3 program and service. So we weren't allowed to allocate levy dollars towards that program unless there were agreements from the municipalities to support that. The board decided that they wanted to transition to basically revenue neutral model. So staff went ahead to propose a model which basically brought 3 of the nature center programs into the park because they were on parcels isolated with fairly decent sized facilities. And in terms of the history of the program, we've always had levy support for the delivery of the program, but the foundation's been responsible for raising the capital. And we just can't keep up with the capital costs. So we're in the middle of transitioning 3 out of the 5. So the Guelph Lake Nature Center was just built and put into the so that's not one of the nature centers we're working on. We're currently working on Apps Mills, Taquania, and Laurel Creek. So Waterloo, Haldimand County, and Brant County.
My other question was with the budget with the special projects. It went from 2,400,000 in 2025 to 1.1 in 2026. So just curious, which projects, why was that such a big decrease?
Yeah, so in terms of the stable number that's always in there is the capital funding for the rural water quality program. So that was roughly the 1 million. This year, in terms of special projects, I bet it might have gone up a little bit in the final version that's going to the board, just because we're usually waiting on approvals of grants and everything to formalize that. But some examples of the special projects are our Mill Creek Rangers program, which is still happening next year. But it fluctuates on what funding we can get for programs, but they're usually programs that are more to deal with category 2 or 3 projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions, comments from anyone? No? Then back to you, Bronwyn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. Just in terms of the provincial amalgamation and consolidation, with the 81 municipalities being part of this new Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority, is there any indication yet of how local municipalities will be represented? Because you can't have 81 people on a committee.
Yeah.
It's
No, there isn't. And I think one of the comments that the GRCA board submitted was around how to address that. So the GRCA currently has an ordering council in terms of our board representation. So we have 26 board members that represent 21 participating municipalities. And that was just because when they took the population-based criteria that's in the Act, I think they had something like a 42 board member board, which is a bit rurally. So basically what the GRCA board was suggesting was that they take a look at the model that the GRCA has. So some of the more rural municipalities that maybe have a third or have a portion in the watershed are grouped, and they have representatives. They usually take turns in terms of who the rep is on the board. But I think one of the things that the GRCA board also emphasized was, again, the importance of the watershed and having an advisory board feed into the Regional Conservation Authority board, just so that local issues and needs isn't lost amongst the bigger boards.
great. Thank you. So I would actually like to support the GRCA's position on the amalgamation or the proposed consolidation, and I do have a motion ready to read. So, Mr. Chair, may I
Please.
read that now? Or put these on. All right. Whereas the Government of Ontario approved Bill 68, which establishes the Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, and whereas the Government of Ontario is proposing the consolidation of the province's 36 conservation authorities into 7 regional authorities, conservation authorities, including the Grand River Conservation Authority, or GRCA, which will be amalgamated amongst 8 current authorities to become part of the proposed Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority, or LERCA. And whereas the 38 municipalities within the GRCA watershed boundaries today and the 81 municipalities that are proposed to make up the LERCA in 2027 will be levied to fund both the Regional Conservation Authority as well as the Provincial Conservation Agency. And whereas the new organizations will result in the degradation of local governance, local fiscal accountability, local service delivery, local environmental focus, and unprecedented funding by local municipalities of both a large regional authority and a provincial agency. And whereas the GRCA Board of Directors has responded to Bill 68 and the proposal for Conservation Authorities consolidation with a constructive and thoughtful alternative that retains local governance, local service delivery, local environmental focus, and local fiscal accountability, while responding constructively to the Government of Ontario's concerns about accountability, planning, and responsiveness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks and the Chief Conservation Executive meet GRCA representatives to review the GRCA alternative proposal to Conservation Authorities consolidation, and that the Minister and the Chief Conservation Executive seriously consider the GRCA proposal for Conservation Authorities as it enunciates, almost done, a path forward that will address the government's concerns most democratically and productively, and that this motion be circulated to the Premier of Ontario, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Chief Conservation Executive, and local members of Provincial Parliament for their information and action where appropriate.
Thank you for that. Moved by yourself. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Evoy, discussion from anyone? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir, and thank you, Councillor Wilton, for this. I wholeheartedly agree and say again that my hopes is that this will help to avoid service disruptions, will widen the local accountability, and hopefully will bring balance, autonomy, accountability, and efficiency to both groups. And I look forward to seeing what magic you create going forward.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I really appreciate you coming, and we do that advocacy. My concern is the public doesn't know anything about this. We're just hearing it now. This is not on the agenda, and I would love to just give it a couple of weeks or till the next meeting just for feedback from the community. I think that's fair. We've certainly got into a habit of doing motions on the spot, and we do have a notice of motion category. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Well, we do have a first and a seconder. It's still open for discussion, but would anyone else like to chime in before we put it to a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor? That is passed. But thank you for your concerns, Councillor McDonald. With that, thank you, Samantha. Enjoy the rest of the night. 9.3, we have County Councillor Steve O'Neill coming up to give us a report from the county.
Good evening, everyone. I guess we'll talk about recycling. Does anybody care? Councillor Wilton does. Heard from her. We're going to talk about a few things with solid waste, but recycling in the county and in the province has been taken over by the producers, i.e. circular materials. And that means the county no longer pays to have recycling picked up, and that's good. The bad is we don't have any influence, literally, over collection issues. And collection issues are throughout the province. For residents, if their collection is missed, I suggest they keep their materials out and you email canresidential@wm.com to report the issue, and you give them your address. You could also phone an 1-800 number, but I suggest email. I've had to use it for missed pickup at my place. Email works way better. As you're aware, the other change when the producers took over, they do not have to, and they will not pick up recycling at businesses. Wellington County has implemented a program to pick up recycling in the 14 downtown cores throughout the county, and businesses can get a fee exemption card that allows them to take their materials at no charge to any of our facilities. Also, beginning in April, we're going to pick up recycling at businesses in the 14 communities. They are being contacted now, and they're being asked if they want a wheeled cart to participate. The carts are going to be collected on Thursdays, beginning at 6 a.m. countywide. So therefore, I use the curling clubs as an example. They're not on the main streets. When they put out large amounts of pop cans, they're not going to get picked up. So they're going to have to use either a fee exemption card or get a cart. So it's anybody off the main street. There's been some improvements with recycling though. There's a lot of new material that can be put into the blue boxes that we currently have. Chip bags, milk bags, toothpaste tubes, styrofoam meat trays. And you can find a complete list at circularmaterials.ca. Recycling the extra materials allows you to save money on user pay garbage bags and conserves landfill capacity, which is really important. The next anticipated step with recycling will be, we are all going to get a cart. Carts are coming to Dufferin County next month. We're all going to get it. And Circular Materials, they will decide when we get them. They're expecting it by the end of the calendar year. I guess we'll believe it when you see it at the end of your laneway. So county staff are preparing an RFP for our new collection services contract. Our collection services contract with Waste Management is coming to an end shortly. There is an option to continue at a one-year extension. Both parties have to agree to it, obviously. But it takes about 2 years once a vendor is contracted for them to get the equipment, because by the time 7 years is done on a county or on a collection contract, those trucks are basically finished. They're virtually no use anymore. So they have to have brand new trucks to start a contract. So we expect to have the new contract start in July of 2028. Some of the changes that we're looking to price out, expansion of our organic materials like kitty litter and pet waste being allowed into the green carts. Currently, they're not, but other municipalities have that. We're going to ask about the pricing on carts for automated garbage pickup. We'll either decide to keep it manual with the yellow bags, or maybe we'll go to a cart system. We'll see what it comes out for value. Another change that we're going to be asking about is looking at pricing a 4-day pickup that we currently have or a 5-day pickup. Staff believe if we go to a 5-day pickup, there's more hours to get collection done, because right now, some of the times when they're out collecting, they run out of hours in the day they can work. They can't work past 13 hours, I believe, driving a truck. So they have to get back to the depot, their depot in Mount Forest by then. All of those changes will be priced, and then we will make a decision on what, if any, changes will take place. So there is a bit of good news in there. And the other good news, Elora Transfer Station will open on Tuesday, March 3rd, weather permitting. And that's all I've got. Be happy to take any questions that anybody has.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Do we have any questions? Seeing none. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the night. And
You're safe in Mexico.
yes, second that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's still here. He's just turned his camera off.
Okay, great. We're going to move on to 9.4, which is our councilors' committee updates. Seeing none. All right, we'll go right into delegations. We do have one, Taylor Black from the Fergus Agricultural Society, if you don't mind coming up. Welcome, Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Black, and I'm proud to be here representing the Fergus Agricultural Society. As the Fergus Fall Fair is on your agenda tonight, we are here to share a profile of our organization and update you on our upcoming activities this year. The Fergus Agricultural Society has a long and important history in the township. Our organization first started an agriculture fair in our community in 1836, and with the exception of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have upheld this tradition every year since. We belong to an association of over 200 other agricultural societies in Ontario, and we are honored to host the 10th oldest fair in the province. It has been known by a number of different names over the years, but since the 1960s, it has been the Fergus Fall Fair and has taken place on the second weekend after Labor Day each September. Since the pandemic, the fair has doubled in attendance. We have set new attendance records for the last 4 consecutive years and welcomed around 20,000 patrons in 2025. The fair is truly a celebration of our community and an event that's available for citizens and tourists to attend at a reasonable cost. We have the rare opportunity to showcase farmers and teach patrons about where their food comes from, but also celebrate entertainment and local talent with over 700 friendly competitions. In addition to the long-standing tradition of an annual Fergus Fall Fair, we started a Breakfast on the Farm event in 2017 and continued it until 2025. For this event, we partnered with a local farm family and the Alma Optimist Club and invited the community to tour a real working farm and enjoy breakfast. In 2022, we invested in strategic planning, where we created mission and vision statements and an action plan through 2027. Our vision is a thriving community where agriculture and rural lifestyles are understood and appreciated. Our mission is to promote agriculture, celebrate rural lifestyles, recognize talent, and inspire connections. To further this mission, we are continuously seeking funding opportunities. Last year, we were honored to receive a grant from the Ontario Trillium Foundation to start an Agriculture Education Day for grade 5 students. For this event, we put together a team of 60 volunteers from the local agriculture industry and set up 25 educational stations. 340 students attended and rotated through the stations throughout the day, meeting farm animals, learning about food production, and even sitting in a brand new combine and seeing the technology farmers use. We thank Councillor Wilton for attending and Mayor Waters for speaking at the OTF grant presentation. While we are very proud of this new program, 2025 wasn't our first time receiving provincial funding. We have received 3 other provincial grants in the recent past, which have purchased most of the large bleachers and all of the small bleachers that you currently see on the Sportsplex grounds, as well as numerous other pieces of event equipment. We also invest in the community and work with other community groups. We financially contributed to the water cart and Sportsplex hydro upgrade and regularly work with other groups through renting our wash stands, picnic tables, and other equipment at reasonable rates. As you know, our organization rents the Sportsplex Hall and grounds for our events, and our storage is located on the grounds as well. We appreciate your ongoing support of the Fergus Fall Fair through discounted rental fees that recognize the event's cultural and historical significance. As township staff initiate a community services fees and charges study, we would like to see consideration given to the long-standing nonprofit organizations active in our community, including agreements that have been in place long-term. The activities of the Fergus Agricultural Society will suffer if we are faced with significant fee increases, especially if they are implemented suddenly. Reconsideration of a multi-year fee agreement would be appreciated for stability and planning. We welcome further discussion on fees and the community impact of significant changes. This year, we are pleased to invite you all to attend the second Agriculture Education Day for grade 5 students on June 3rd. which is partially funded by the Community Investment Fund grant you approved last month, and of course, the Fergus Fall Fair themed Here We Grow on September 18th, 19th, and 20th. Our new board of directors was elected at our annual meeting in January. I would like to make a special mention of Wendy Whitaker, who at that meeting stepped down as secretary, a role she filled for an incredible 33 years. The Fergus Agricultural Society board and large network of volunteers look forward to continuing a positive working relationship with township staff and you, our mayor and councillors. We appreciate being kept up to date and having the ability to provide feedback on facility changes and any other policies that impact us as local, nonprofit, and community event hosts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for what you do and the rest of the society does. We will be discussing this later on, but at this time, do we have any questions, comments? Councillor McDonald.
To you, Deputy Mayor. I've known Wendy for a very long time and wish her all the best because she did a really good job. And I also received many compliments on the seniors committee that I sit on about the fall fair. And so thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. Thank you, Taylor, for the presentation. Appreciate you coming to share more information about the Fergus Ag Society. I just wanted to congratulate you on the work of the Ag Education Day last year. I think it was fantastic, and to see all those kids out at the Sportsplex on a regular weekday and farm animals, farm equipment there, I think it's really important and completely fulfilling the role of an local agricultural society. So thank you for doing that and all that work. So
We're quite proud of the event and looking forward to bringing it back.
great, thanks.
You should be proud of it. Anyone else at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Here we grow. Our next item, we're going to consent items, 11 on your agenda. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. I'm going to read the recommendation, and then if anyone would like to speak to anything, we will open it up then. The recommendation is that the council of the Township of Center Wellington approve consent agenda items 11.1 through 11.8. Councillor McDonald.
I'd like to pull 11.5 for discussion, please.
Okay,
Bill
11.5, that's regarding Bill 68.
Correct.
Please go ahead.
Do you want me to go ahead now?
Please.
Yeah. So just about OMERS, I mean, we all attended Roma. At least I saw most of you there. And Minister Flack did speak about OMERS and that they were just changing the governance model. And so when I looked it up, and I did speak with you, Adam, about that, and maybe you want to add some more when I'm done here. It says it's maintaining the current joint sponsored model and maintain the current sponsor representation in voting. So the difference is I see they're adding 5 non-voting members, observers, in sponsors council. So that goes back to what Minister Flack was saying. It's just more governance oversight. So maybe you can add more before I approve your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. I'll just comment a little bit about the report as it's kind of presented to council now, and then we can touch on some of the governance pieces perhaps after the fact. So the report is being brought forward following a presentation at by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario at the Rural Ontario Municipal Association's annual conference for council consideration. The report, as drafted, suggests that council is not supportive of the legislative changes to the OMERS Act contained in Bill 68 and requests that the Government of Ontario reconsider proceeding with the proposed changes. The report further recommends that council resolution supporting AMO and calling on the Government of Ontario to maintain the current OMERS governance model as the structure would be best to deliver on the long-term interests of municipalities, taxpayers, employers, and further that the circulation of the proposed resolutions as detailed in the reports be circulated. For context, Bill 68 is an omnibus bill passed in December 2025 responding to a governance review and subsequent report, the Poirier report, that provided numerous recommendations, some but not all of which enacted by Bill 68. Details of AMO's review are attached in the report, but largely revolve around changes to the governance structure that weaken sponsor and municipal employer oversight and provide ministerial authority to prescribe rules to the oversight board, risking interference in plan design and potential new costs without input from sponsors, employers, or employees. This report was brought forward for council consideration, and if endorsed, and endorsement if supported of AMO's position. So in terms of the current state, the OMERS is supported by two separate boards, a sponsors corporation board, which determines the plan design, contribution rates, and appointments to the administration corporations board, and the Administration Corporation Board, which is responsible for the overall administration of the plan, including making investment decisions and paying benefits to retirees. What is being proposed through Bill 68 is the potential dissolution of the Sponsors Corporation Board, submitting it only one board for future, losing some of that oversight, as the understanding of the AMO report that has been presented to council through this report.
Thank you for that, Adam. Any other questions or concerns regarding this item? Please, Councillor Wilson.
I have one minor one that I think Joseph Rusinski was missed on the who it should go to. So there's a small piece there. Just it's who it be further resolved that this be shared with Rob Flack, Honorable Peter Bethlehem-Falvey, and I think just let our local MPP as well, Joseph Rusinski, should be included. So that's a minor one. And I think as we were all at Roma, there was also an excellent panel on day one, I think it was, of all the potential problems with this change to OMERS. So I think that was very enlightening. So I'm supportive of this motion as it is. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? No, then I will ask you, Councillor McDonald, are you okay keeping it in consent and leaving it as it? Okay, great. Thank you.
Seconder that I read the motion.
Okay, I've read the motion, so just a mover and seconder. Mover, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Adams, and we will move along. All those in favor, apologies. Thank you. Here. Moving on to consideration of reports. We are going on to short-term rental, agenda item 12.1, and we have a presentation from Paul Dre and Karen Landry. I believe they are on via Zoom. Yes, they are. And we will start with Adam, actually. Apologies. Thank you. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. And through you, this report is being brought forward with the recommendations that council receive the report for information, direct staff to post the draft bylaw and Connect CW for review and comment, and further direct staff to hold a public meeting to consider amendments to the township zoning bylaw for the purposes of adding provisions for short-term accommodation rentals and to modify related regulations. Responding to workshop discussion and direction received in November of last year, staff have engaged the services of Paul Dre, who has joined us this evening to support discussions and answer questions regarding this report. The engagement with Paul Dre focused predominantly on completing an update to the amendment to the previous draft bylaw to support short-term accommodation and bed and breakfast establishment licensing. The updated and amended draft bylaws attached to this report, as is the zoning bylaw amendment, which are provided for information only at this time. Significant changes from the previous draft include definitions to provide clarification that will also align with the zoning bylaw, enhanced provisions to regulate short-term rental accommodations and bed and breakfast establishments, establishing a maximum occupancy of 2 persons per bedroom to a maximum of 8, having bed and breakfast establishments restricted to the primary residence of the owner or on the same property as the owner resides, inclusion of provisions related to bed and breakfast establishments, capping the number of licenses to 265, only 1 short-term rental accommodation license and or bed and breakfast license permitted per property, establishment of a licensing appeal tribunal, the inclusion of a demerit point system, inspection and site plan requirements for short-term rental accommodations and bed and breakfasts, requirement to comply with the Renters Code of Conduct, 3-year license period from issue date with license transfer provisions, and enforcement tools, including administrative penalties. Through the workshop, it was determined that having complementary licensing and zoning bylaws provides the township with the legal tools to regulate property and related activities to support public health and safety. Staff are recommending the revised draft bylaw be posted on Connect CW to receive final comments, and that a public meeting be scheduled for March 23rd, 2026 regarding the draft zoning bylaw amendment. Following the public meeting, a report and draft bylaw will be brought forward to council at a meeting in April for consideration. And if council is supportive, implementation of a new software system to manage, monitor, and enforce the new bylaw will be undertaken throughout the remainder of 2026 to support a launch in early 2027. And with the support of Paul and Karen, I'm happy to field any questions the council may have relative to the report.
Thank you, Adam, and looking to Councilor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. Thank you. I have a question. So the license, is that for, we've approved ARUs and maybe those are being used as short-term stays. Is it one license per property, like on the land, or can you clarify more? Or is it individual licenses for each one?
The bylaw as drafted establishes a maximum of 1 license per property.
Per property.
Correct.
So if there's 2 or more on a property, that falls under the 1 license.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Wilton.
Can I just clarify that?
Sure.
When it's 1 license per property, that's 1 short-term rental unit.
Or bed and breakfast. per
Or bed and
property.
breakfast.
Correct.
So if there's a house with a basement apartment and 2 ARUs, which is allowed, so 3, we're allowed 3 residential units per property. Only 1 of those could be used for a short-term rental, correct?
That is correct.
As it's drafted.
Thank you. Councilor Jefferson.
Thank you. For further clarification upon that point, we are grandfathering in the current, if there's like 2 or more properties, like 2 or more rentals on 1 property, we're still grandfathering that in at this time?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but the way it's drafted now, the licensing would be only permitting 1 short-term accommodation rental or a bed and breakfast per property. There'll be no grandfathering in.
That's right. But there's also going to be zoning regulations that dovetail with this. And so there may well be some properties that have a legal non-conforming once those zoning amendments are approved. So.
Thank you.
But for the licensing itself, there's no grandparenting. It would be through the zoning, not through the licensing. Yeah, you're correct.
Thank you. Councilor Jefferson.
I'm sorry. So then they would have to do like a zoning amendment to be non-conforming so that they could have the 2 rental units be? Or I'm not comfortable because this sounds as if I'm taking away an income potential, like a revenue generator from a family, like to be part of a SRT.
If I might just, there's 2 sections here. One is the licensing bylaw, and that does not have any illegal non-conforming or any of that status. But the zoning bylaw that's going to be put in place will have that for the use of land. So the use itself. So you won't be, if somebody has it now and they wish to license it, once the zoning goes through, they'd be eligible for a license once the zoning goes through, but it doesn't come under the licensing bylaw, which is in front of you. It comes through the zoning, which is a secondary issue, but they're still protected, but not by the licensing, just so you don't, if we can just separate the 2.
Please, Councilor McDonald.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Paul. This is Lisa McDonald. And thank you, Deputy Mayor. we had a workshop where we discussed all these details, and the existing licensees would be available for a license, correct?
Right.
Okay. We did discuss the zoning, which is a separate planning matter after the fact, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And what we've done, and we worked with planning, like planning has really worked with us on this. And we have the definitions in zoning are not separate from the definitions in the licensing bylaw. We've worked together, so it dovetails together. And I think you'll be asked to look at the zoning, moving forward. That's not my bailiwick, but you're going to be asked about that. And we've worked with them, and planning has been very helpful in putting everything together for us.
Thank you, Paul. And we do have a question from Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Adam, can you just clarify for me? So yes, the differentiation will happen at zoning, understood, super clear. Is there a restriction on there? What if someone has two properties? Are they allowed to license both based on a zoning issue? And how will that zoning issue, I'm just not clear on how those pieces go together. Whilst I understand that they go together, I'm not perfectly clear how.
I'm just going to redirect that to Brett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock, through you. The concept of legal non-conforming is built into the Planning Act itself. It's not something that we write into zoning bylaw. It's a matter of provincial law that a use that existed is allowed to continue to exist. So in terms of zoning, a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast that exists at the time that we pass a zoning bylaw is allowed to continue to exist, even if we might change the rules so that it would be no longer allowed. A new one would no longer be allowed. An existing one is allowed to continue. And whether you choose in the licensing to recognize any of those existing ones, that's a separate matter. And that's what Mr. Dre is trying to get across. It's two different things.
I have permission from the Deputy Mayor for follow-up. So does that speak to still the amount, whether or not someone, if they have, they're building a second property, or if they have the second property and they've been licensed for the first, I just want to make sure that yes, on the one hand, we're allowing for an income. We picked our number of 265 or whatever it was, but I also want to make sure that other people have an opportunity to do a first one while others are doing a second. I'm just a little bit unclear where the zoning is going to come into. And I guess if you just tell me it's coming and there's more information coming, that's great too. I just need a little more clarity.
Yeah, again, from a zoning point of view, we can't alter the legal non-conforming rules that are in the Planning Act. I guess the challenge is we don't license short-term rentals or bed and breakfast today. So if a property currently has more than one in zoning, and in zoning, we are going to say in the draft bylaw, you can only have one per property, or one license would be issued per property. If there is more than one currently, and someone can prove that they have more than one currently, then from a zoning bylaw, they would be allowed to continue. How you treat them in a licensing is a different matter, which is not my bailiwick. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Brett. And Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I think this my question is for Paul. Based on your experience in seeing municipalities roll out this type of licensing, do you have any feedback on whether a phased in approach or not could be beneficial? Whether you look at keeping it within maybe the urban areas to start, versus the rural, or we've done in parking, where we've started with Alora as a pilot and then looking to kind of spread out. Is there any advantages or disadvantages in looking at that kind of phased in approach?
If I'm really honest, I think there's a disadvantage there in the fact that as these things move ahead, especially in the zoning and so on, if you do a phased approach or you're changing things, then there's public meetings and there's all those, extras that go along with that. I don't know of another place that has done and maybe Karen knows, but I don't know of a place that's phased it in. One of the places that was trying to sort of bring it in a phase was Oromadonte, and we did their licensing, and there were a few bumps in the road. That's all I'll say about that. I know I really haven't answered your question, but I don't know of any municipality that's phased it in. What I believe that we're planning on the licensing is to put a time period on it so they all don't come in on one date, that it's going to be phased in over a period of time. And part of that is that I'm talking now as to the municipality, but this is what I'm led to believe, that there'll be an education process and, let people find out about it, number one, and then number two, apply it well, because they're going to have some inspections and do some things to meet the licensing bylaw. So it's going to be kind of a phased approach. It won't happen it's not a phased, but it won't happen just one day. And, everybody has to have a license.
Thank you. And I saw you shaking your head there, Karen. Do you have anything to add to that?
I wasn't shaking my head at him. Sorry, I had just a bit of a kink in my neck, but I just
apologies.
I just will take the opportunity just to say that just so that council is aware, in my experience, I have not seen licensing done from a phase perspective. I think there may be some inequities that would arise as a result of doing that in terms of treating businesses across the municipality differently. And not only with short-term rentals and bed and breakfast, licensing as a whole, I've not seen in my entire career done in a phased approach. I don't know if that helps you, Councillor Adams, but that's what the information that I can give you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's an inquiry I received. So just looking to get the feedback from the subject matter experts we have here. So thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Councillor McDonald.
So we're going to have feedback and then a public meeting March 23rd, correct?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. The public meeting will address the zoning bylaw amendment on the 23rd, which case, if again supported by council, we would bring the entire package with zoning and the licensing bylaw back for further consideration as a kind of the sum of its parts.
Okay, and my apologies through you, Deputy Mayor. And then when do you expect to gear this up?
The bylaw as drafted would suggest start to the licensing towards the end of January 2027. Understand that we will require some runway to get the software and back-end administration set up to kind of proceed with the licensing.
Much appreciated.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Center Wellington receives report COR 2026-10 from the Manager of Legislative Services, Municipal Clerk for information, and that the draft licensing bylaw be posted to Connect CW for review and comment, and that the Council directs staff to hold a public meeting to consider amendments to the Township zoning bylaw for the purpose of adding provisions for short-term rental accommodations and to modify related regulations. We have a mover, Councillor Jefferson. Seconder, Councillor McDonald. All those in favor? Oh, feel free before the vote, comment.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question about how this will be communicated to the public. Are we going to make sure that the public's well aware that this draft bylaw is posted on Connect CW? Guess that's for you. Sorry.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilton. Certainly, we as staff will work with the communications department to see we can get the message out as broadly as possible once it's been posted on Connect CW for comment.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, our vote. All those in favor? So passed. Our next item, 12.2. Thank you, Karen. Sorry, apologies. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Adam. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks a lot.
12.2, Fergus Agricultural Society 2026 fee for the Fergus Fall Fair. And we have a report from Kristen, our Manager of Community Development, and she is on via Zoom, I believe. Just pulling her up. Hi, Kristen.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. You have the full report in front of you. So I'm going to focus my comments on the key issue before you, which is around the fee transition. The Fergus Agricultural Society their previous agreement with the township expired at the end of 2025. As outlined in the report, the township no longer enters into agreements of that nature, and facility use is now governed through our fees and charges bylaw and through the rental permit process. Under the 2026 fees and charges bylaw, the society would be required to pay $20,349.35 for the 2026 Fergus Fall Fair rentals, which already includes a 15% special event discount. Under the former agreement, they paid $3,896.76. This is a significant increase in 1 year for a volunteer-led organization. The society, as you heard from Taylor as well, has requested that the council maintain the previous rate for one additional year in 2026 to allow them time to adjust their financial planning and operations to the new framework. Staff are recommending approval of that 1 year transitional approach, and it's important to emphasize that this is not intended to set a long-term precedent. In 2026, staff will be initiating a community services fees and charges study. That study will review facility rental rates more broadly and will explore options related to subsidization for community groups and events. And any future fee structure for the Fergus Fall Fair and similar events will be informed by that comprehensive review and brought back to council. So today's recommendation is to manage a transition year in a reasonable and fair way while we undertake a more holistic review of community services fees. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Kristen. Do we have any questions? Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock, and thank you, Kristen, for the report. I'm fully supportive of the discounted amount for this year. And I guess I'm just curious for next year, 2027, I guess that would be, like, will the fees and charges study be completed in time for some of these events? And $20,000 does seem high for our local volunteer, not-for-profit groups to be paying for rental of our facilities. So I am a little bit surprised. Well, I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm concerned with that price tag. So hopefully that study that you mentioned will kind of look at that more broadly. But yeah, definitely in favor of the of this year's discounted rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. So through you, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton. We'll definitely be starting that fee study this year. I'm not sure if will be finished before the end of this year or not, but our intention is in time for the 2027 events season that we would have that fee study completed, and any recommendations from that fee study be brought to council at that time for consideration, and perhaps resulting in some amendments to the fees and charges bylaw at that time.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Eboy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Thank you, Kristen. I am going to absolutely echo Councillor Wilton. I think that $20,000 is really big. We want to encourage local events. We want to encourage our festivals. This is what we're known for, and I 100% agree to keep it this year. And I also really, really hope that we can do much better with going forward. And I look forward to seeing how that unfolds. Thank you for your attention to that.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Councillor McDonald.
Hey, Deputy Mayor Craddock. Are we through, I guess, to Adam, are we doing this on a case-by-case goal here? Because I've already had 2 other groups reach out to me about waiving fees. And so whatever we do today, we are setting precedent, right? So I just want to ask that.
Yes, so through the Deputy Mayor, thanks, Councillor McDonald. So we recognize that this is a bit of an exception. And to be clear, these fees are calculated based on what's in the fees and charges bylaw for township, for rates for township facilities for events. So, you know, that's how we come up with that number of 20,000. It's not that every event would pay that. It's for this event specifically, for the number of facilities they want and for the time duration they want. That's what the fee would be under the fees and charges bylaw. So I think we're carving out a bit of an exception in this case, considering that we have had a long-standing agreement with this group that dates back to the early 2000s, I believe, and that had been renewed kind of on 5-year increments since that time. And, you know, having sat down with them, met with them, understanding the financial impact of their event in terms of this kind of 1 year change in the fee, we did carve out an exemption or, you know, a bit of a special case for this group specifically.
Thank you for that clarification. And Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just my question, I do believe our theater, Kristen can correct me if I'm wrong, has like a nonprofit rate for the theater rental, your standard rate, and then there's a nonprofit option as well. Does that transfer across all of our properties or just is it kept at the theater currently?
I can go on that one. I can't see Adam to know if he's also trying to talk at the same time, so my apologies. So the Fall Fair just rents facility space up at the Sportsplex, and that is what that agreement would have been for, all of the space at the Sportsplex. And because they qualify for the special event rate of a 15% discount, that 20,000 has that 15% already taken off of it. So it doesn't have anything to do with the theater, but it does have to do with how many spaces they rent, how consecutive days. There's different things that allow them to get that 15% discount.
Thank you, Kristen. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation here. Sorry, Sean. I didn't look to you there. Do you have anything? No, he's good. Okay, the recommendation. That Council of the Township of Center Wellington approves a discounted rate from the current township fees and charges bylaw for the Fergus Agricultural Society for the use of township facilities and grounds for the 2026 Fergus Fall Fair as outlined in report CS 2026-02. Mover, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Adams. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Don't go anywhere. Because up next, 12.3, we have the Community Electronic Messaging Signs Policy Update and a report again from yourself.
All right. Through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock, this report is a housekeeping update to the township's community electronic messaging sign policy. The current policy was adopted in 2012 and has not been updated in over a decade. Since that time, electronic sign technology has evolved, internal departmental structures have changed, and our operational process has been refined. The proposed amendments modernize the policy while maintaining its original intent. The key updates include aligning the policy with current electronic sign technology, updating language to reflect current departmental roles and responsibilities, ensuring consistency with how signs are currently approved and managed, and separating fees from the policy document so that all fees are governed through the annual fees and charges bylaw. That final change is particularly important from a governance perspective, as it allows future fee adjustments to occur through the standard bylaw process rather than requiring policy amendments. Overall, these updates improve clarity, administrative efficiency, and align with current practice. They do not significantly change how electronic signs are used or regulated in the township. Staff are recommending approval of the amended policy as presented, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, recommendation that the Council of Township of Center Wellington approve the amendment to the Township's Community Electronic Messaging Signs Policy as outlined in report CS 2026-08 and attachment B dated February 23rd, 2026. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder, Councillor Adams. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you, Kristen. We're going to move on to 12.5, drinking water annual and summary reports for 2025. 12, oh, I skipped one, guys. Apologies. 12.4, Quality Management System 2025 Annual Management Review Report. And this report's from Dino. Feel free to come up. Oh, not Dino. Welcome, please.
I've got a presentation there. Great. So hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Shannon Sinclair. I'm the Environmental Compliance and QMS Coordinator in the Drinking Water Services Division. Today, we're going to talk about the Drinking Water Quality Management System Annual Report for 2025. Wait, how do I do this? This thing? Which one? Oh, this one. Yep. Thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce you to the Drinking Water Quality Management System. We'll go over some of the operational updates for 2025, some consumer concerns and feedback, and a review of our drinking water QMS updates. So from the Provincial Drinking Water Quality Management Standard, Element 20, which is the management review, is a process where top management considers various indicators within the quality management system to identify deficiencies and encourage continual improvement. The Water Services team meets quarterly with the owner and presents a management review report. The Drinking Water Quality Management System Annual Report is a summary of the information presented at those quarterly management reviews. And so I'm just going to go into the operational updates for 2025. We had no incidences of regulatory noncompliance identified during our annual provincial inspection. The township received a perfect score of 100% for 2025 inspection period, and this is the 5th consecutive year with a 100% inspection risk rate score. We had 5 adverse water quality incidences in 2025. And for these incidences, all reporting, corrective action, and resampling were completed as required to resolve those AWQIs. Oops. Back. All right. We also look at deviations from critical control point limits and the responses. We had 0 chemical spills related to the drinking water system. We had 11 water main breaks in 2025. No low, 0, or high chlorine residuals were found in the distribution. We had no known ICI cross connections identified through the township backflow prevention program. We had no reported concerns with meeting firefighting demands and no incidences of low water tower levels or distribution supply. Moving on to operational performance, the township water treatment and distribution continued to perform well in 2025. If you're interested in details of the repairs or replacement done throughout the system, they're available in the report. We continued with our scheduled preventative maintenance and rehabilitation programs throughout the year as scheduled. And these include items such as hydrant inspection maintenance, valve inspection and maintenance, water main flushing, and other preventive maintenance items. We had a number of water main commissioning projects completed in 2025. I'm not going to read the list, but they include some big ones like the St. David Street North Phase 2 reconstruction, Hill Street East big reconstruction, Colburn Street, and there's a few more on that list. Moving on to backflow. As of December 4th, 2025, we had 1,033 backflow prevention devices in the township, and our annual compliance rate was 88.6%. The compliance rate has increased by 2% since 2024, and it is, looking at the industry as a whole, this is an exceptional compliance rate for our township. Okay, so moving on to customer concerns and feedback. In 2025, the township received 96 customer concerns related to the drinking water system. Of those 96 concerns, 60% actually ended up being issues that were found internal to the home. So they're things in the home usually related to an appliance malfunction, usually water softeners. Other parameters we look at are discoloration, low pressure, and taste and odor. And all those 3 parameters have actually decreased in our complaints since 2024. And this is just a map showing it's hard to see here, but a map showing the distribution of the different customer concerns that we've mapped over the year. Some other customer service related projects that we started or completed in 2025 are listed here. I'm just going to touch on the big one, which is our water meter replacement program. That was started in December 2025 and is ongoing with the plans to replace 4,600 meters across the township. And lastly, I'm going to just give you an update about our quality management system. For our quality management system, we do internal and third-party audits. The auditing process ensures that our drinking water quality management system has been implemented and provides proof that it's effective. We had 2 internal audits completed in 2025, and those audits identified some opportunities for improvement for our quality management system, and they were implemented by the drinking water services team. We also had a third-party quality management system audit in October 2025. This audit found no nonconformances and no opportunities for improvement identified. And moving on to our raw water supply and drinking water quality trends. These are reported annually through the Drinking Water Annual Report, the Summary Report, and the Wellington Source Water Protection Annual Report. Dino will be presenting the annual report and the summary report just after me. We also have several projects that are increasing the source water supply across the township. For example, the Fergus Well 2R redevelopment, which is in the design phase, and as well as the acquisition of the Middlebrook Well property. The township also received a new permit to take water on May 9th, 2025. Our new permit adjusted regulated flow rates and volumes for our municipal production wells, which resulted in some operational adjustments to ensure compliance. And lastly, touching on some changes that can affect the quality management system. This is something we have to consider in our management review process. So the quality management system is always striving for continual improvement, and this can occur through many avenues, including things like our water supply master plan, capital project infrastructure renewal, drinking water license and permit to take water renewals, and continual improvement of programs and preventative maintenance. And when this continual improvement happens, we have to update our operational plan. So we have to update our operational plan. It's an ongoing process, and significant updates, if you're interested, are listed in the quality management system report that was provided. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. I don't have a question, actually. Just congratulations. I guess that's a very thorough report. I know it's kind of mandatory, but yeah, I think the team should be very proud of being able to say 100% ratings and all of those types of things. It's really impressive, and it's such an important part of what we do as a municipality. So thank you for your work on that, Kelly.
Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, I was about to echo the same sentiments. I think this is the first time that you've presented here at Council, so I just wanted to welcome you. Great presentation, great findings, great report overall. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else at this time? No? Okay, I'll read the recommendation here. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington receive the Quality Management System 2025 Annual Management Review Report for information. I have a mover for that. Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Jefferson. All those in favor? That's everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. We're going to take 5, guys. Sorry, Dino. Yeah. Apologies. All right, guys, we are back. We're moving on to 12.5, drinking water annual and summer reports. And we have Dino. This time we do have you, Dino, and thank you. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Council, through you, Deputy Mayor. Excited to be here tonight. Talk about my favorite subject, water. We have a few reports that are presented to you through your agenda. They're lengthy. They are data detailed. So I'm going to kind of do a bit of an overview of some of the highlights to point out. And if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any time. All right, we have a presentation up. So we're going to cover the purpose and legislative requirements. We're going to do a quick overview of our system and cover the water treatment process as well as the chemicals used throughout our water treatment process. Water quality performance overview and highlighting any adverses that we've received, which Kelly touched on as well. And then a small list of major expenses, which we provide as a kind of an idea of what we need to replace throughout the asset cycle. All right, the annual report is required by regulations under the Safe Drinking Water Act, and the content is also defined. So if you find it somewhat regimented and structured, it's for that reason. It requires that we provide council by March 1st or February 28th, I guess, a description of the system, the chemicals used in treating the water, a summary of our water test results, summary of adverse test results and actions completed to address those, a description of some of the expenses incurred to install, repair, or replace equipment, as well as the locations where this report can be viewed by the public. All right, the drinking water system overview. The Center Wellington owns and operates a large municipal residential drinking water system. The system is fed by 8 groundwater sources, with 1 future groundwater source being developed in Fergus at Fergus Well 2 on St. Andrew Street. The system includes both supply and distribution. The supply side is the wells and treatment facilities. The distribution side is, of course, our water towers, booster station, water mains, valves, hydrants, and our water meters, which is on everybody's mind right now. Placement program rolls through. Our service population is approximately 25,000. Treatment overview. We use chlorine gas at all of our production well sites. In addition to chlorine gas, that's used for disinfection of raw water. And again, it's mandatory through our regulation to have that disinfection and process. In addition to chlorine gas, we also treat our water through the addition of carbon dioxide at Fergus Well 1 and filtration for iron and manganese at Fergus Well 7 and Fergus Well 4. And we also do aeration at Fergus Well 1, which I'll touch on a little later as well. There's no chemicals involved with aeration. It's just basically water going through a bubbler. Okay, water quality. Our water quality through the reporting period has been demonstrated to be excellent. Water samples and testing for microbiological, chemical, metals, and lead, as well as organic parameters, have all resulted within or under regulatory limits. TCE, also known as trichloroethylene, has been observed in Fergus Well 1, and we sample and test it as part of our Drinking Water Works license. All test results were found to be below detection limits, confirming that our treatment is effective at this location. And adverse test results and corrective actions. So we take well over 12,000 samples in our system in this reporting period and every year, and only 5 have come back as adverse, which is outstanding. All these AWQIs were microbial in nature. They were total coliforms. They were on temporary water service lines within construction areas. And when we resampled and flushed, they were found to be lab error, sample error, an erroneous error. So they were reported as required and cleared up as defined in regulation. In addition, Fergus Well 4, we report to council any exceedance of half the standard. So this is standard is 1.5. This is anything above 0.75 for fluoride, and fluoride is above the Fergus Well 4 but still well below the standard. It's above the half MAC. It's, I think, 0.84, and the half MAC is 0.75. MAC is maximum acceptable concentration, sorry. So some major expenses to cover. The Bridge Street Tower, with the value there. We have chlorine room upgrades at Fergus Well 1 being completed within the next quarter or so. We've completed some variable frequency drive replacements due to equipment failure at both well F6 and well F7. UPS, or uninterrupted power supply replacements. So we have them on a replacement cycle as our asset management program. They were replaced at various locations this year. And we have it's a tow behind trailer valve turning machine that assists our operators with turning valves that may be stuck, broken, inoperable. This machine assists in freeing up that valve. Rather than replace, we did some rehabilitation on that one. All right, thank you. I'd be happy to address any questions council may have.
Thank you for that. Yes, council, questions? Doesn't look like there's any. You are back-to-back great reports. I'll read the recommendation here that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington receive the 2025 Drinking Water System Annual Report and the 2025 Drinking Water Systems Summary Report for information. Mover, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor McDonald. All those in favor? So moved.
I still have one more president.
It's the summary report. Great.
Yeah, it's great to get that.
Not going anywhere. Tino's here for the 2025 Water Conservation Program Annual Report.
Oh, no, the summary report.
Oh, that's still on that item.
Yeah, there are two separate regulatory reports as well as the conservation.
I believe we just voted on both.
Okay.
I'm making the assumption that we're going to be fine with this next report, but
I would like to see the report that a lot of work.
oh yeah, I want to see it, but
yeah,
yeah, of course. Please.
Okay.
Apologies.
No problem. Through you, Deputy Mayor, and to you, Council. Thanks again for having me here this evening to talk about my favorite subject, water, and the provision of safe and potable drinking water to our community. So as a complement to our annual report, we have the summary report, which is also a regulatory report. Super dry, a lot of data, charts, numbers. So again, I'll just touch on some highlights to provide you with an overview of the report. The report is required. Yeah, so the report is required under the Safe Drinking Water Act, and it provides council a summary of compliance with water quantity and volumes as defined in our various regulatory documents. So we'll cover the purpose, legislative requirements, our non-compliances and corrective actions with the volumes. The other one was about quantity. This is about quality. Oops, sorry, flip that around. The other one was about quality. This one's about quantity. And so any non-compliances with respect to quantity, and a summary of water quantities and flow rates observed throughout the reporting period, as well as flow rate and volume assessments. Covered that. So the summary report must include a list of regulatory requirements not met during the reporting period, non-compliance and corrective actions, summary of water quantities and flow rates, and a comparison of those flow rates and quantities. I'd like to point out in this report, it's a bit unique from what you've seen in the past. We had our permit to take water renewal throughout this reporting period. So you'll see the report has and expertly crafted by Kelly, thank you. The report has been broken into two reporting structures. One up until May 8th, is under one legislative or compliance document, and the other one from May 9th to the end of the year is under the other permit to take water and other guidance compliance document, I should say. So as required through the summary report, here is a list of regulatory requirements not met in the reporting period. There were none. What you will see, though, in our report is that we have had some momentary spikes at several of our wells. These are noted within the report. These spikes, our compliance documents require us to report by the minute, liters per minute. These spikes were 30 seconds or less and did not constitute noncompliance, but they are demonstrated because we collect data at a rate higher than what the regulation requires. So we demonstrate that to you as the owner. And this report demonstrates volume and flow organized by well site. You'll see each well site has its own data and chart. As mentioned earlier, this report spans 2 unique permits and demonstrates the different conditions within those permits. Our permit does identify 9 well sources. However, as mentioned earlier, well F2R is in the early stages of construction. All right, observation of system use and permitted conditions. Overall utilization is 40% of our approved capacity. Individual well use ranged from 0 to approximately 62%. Peak day demand was 55% of our permitted volume. And at a very high level, these observations demonstrate good system redundancy and resilience. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, questions on this one, and I see Councillor Wilton.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dina. Great presentation as usual. Just curious what Fergus Well 2 has been abandoned, no volumes taken during the months shown. What exactly does that mean when you say a well has been abandoned?
So again, defining regulation, water is very regulated. So there's a process to abandon a well by which it is rendered ineffective through sealing with the bentonite clay, removal of the metal structures, basically filling in the hole.
Okay.
so that it cannot be utilized.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you. I actually want to take a minute to thank you. I don't always understand everything when I'm reading it. So when I come back here, I always wait to see what questions I can ask. And I really appreciate the work that you put into it and that I continue to learn about this. But I am brought back to remembering something not too long ago when we had a spike at home. And I was surprised at just how quickly and effectively it was picked up. So it's nice to see that it's working on such a larger scale as well as for each of our homes. So thanks for your hard work on putting this together.
Thank you. Any others at this time? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. I'm just curious, it's kind of a bigger picture question, but just in light of what's happening in the region of Waterloo with their water quantity issues, just curious if through all of this kind of work we're making sure we're not going to get into that similar situation. So just if you could comment on that.
The observations from the report, as demonstrated in the last slide, does show good system resiliency and redundancy. But I think for future planning and answer the rest of your question, I'll answer it over to Colin.
Yeah, thanks, Dino, and through Deputy Mayor Craddock. So it's kind of we're watching what's going on in Waterloo, and certainly from the township's perspective, staff perspective, we carefully manage our capacity. So we are every year updating what we call an uncommitted reserve capacity calculation, which is a large spreadsheet that takes a very, there's a procedure that the Ministry of the Environment actually publishes that we follow that looks at basically our current demands, development that's been approved, but maybe not yet constructed, and then also projects future demands based on future developments. So, so from our perspective, we're in the process actually right now of updating that calculation. We do it at the beginning of each year, looking at the number of building permits kind of issued in the year previous, and that gets added on in terms of additional demand. And then we're also looking at additional supplies too. So that's a big part of this, is not just having our current supplies, but expanding our water supply capacity. So we have the F2 project that Dino mentioned. We also have Area 3 and 7 as well, looking at additional capacity. So yeah, kind of all these things put together. I'm kind of looking for insights into the Waterloo experience, and a lot of it they call it kind of their operational resiliency. Quite often, wells actually have to come offline in order to have maintenance completed, and so really interesting table in one of their reports that they presented to council where they had up to like 20% of their capacity offline for various reasons, and so we have that experience too, where we're taking wells offline for rehabilitation, for equipment maintenance. And so we've built that into our calculation too, that operational resiliency, or what we call firm capacity. So looking at, even when we look at the amount of capacity we have, we're taking the largest well out of that calculation. So lots of redundancy, lots of operational buffer within our calculation. So thanks for the question.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Council? No, I did jump the gun, and we've already collectively agreed to receive that information. So no need for another vote unless anyone has issue, and I don't believe you do. No, great. So we can move on to 12.6, which is our Water Conservation Program annual report. And we have Ian here to speak to that. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you, Council. I will try and follow those other presentations. We'll see how I do. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of an update on the Water Conservation Program initiatives and events that we went through for 2025, and then kind of a glimpse at our 2026 work plan for water conservation. If I can get that. Oh, there we go. So we kind of continued with our branding strategy from the previous year. We had that water cart that was wrapped in a very township focused color wrap that had some information about using reusable water bottles versus single-use plastic water bottles. The same wrap that appears on the different vending machines at the Sportsplex and the JECC. I'm happy to report that since that those vending machines have gone in 2024, we've sold around 1,200 branded reusable water bottles out of those to kind of facilitate reusable water bottles and using our municipal water. And two parts to the water cart for 2025. One, we were able to add those flags in with the water cart. One went with it to every event that it went to kind of give it more visibility and make sure we could draw attention to it. But at the same time, we included a second flag everywhere that was on township property. Sportsplex Fairgrounds, for our own water bottle filling stations so that they could have different sources and be directed that way. And the other part of that is that we were able to install a water meter inside that water cart to give us an idea of the volume used throughout the festival season. And in 2025, we had an offset of the equivalent of 19,400 single-use water bottles through use of the water cart. So that's great. We continued with our education and outreach programs. Some of the highlighted events that we participated in, the Children's Groundwater Festival in 2025 was held in Kitchener. There were 5,000 students in attendance over the 5 days, over 1,000 teachers and volunteers as well. And our township was able to provide over 20 volunteers for the 5 days, which was fantastic. We also participated in the Grand River Agricultural Society Pizza Perfect program that is held here in Elora. And we were able to provide some water in our food agriculture education to students, grade 3 students. There were about 900 of them over the 2 days. We participated in the Fergus Lions Club Home Show. There are about 2,600 residents who walked through the home show over the 3 nights. And at the home show, we gave out some of our outdoor water use program pamphlets and some other water conservation information to residents. We also held a Fix a Leak Week online. It's kind of a initiative that was started by the American Water Works Association, but it's held annually in March, and we have for the duration, the 7 days, we have some different social media posts that go up about fixing reducing and preventing leaks in residential homes. And last year, we were able to continue with our grade 8 education program, which is an in-class program that we provide to different schools. We were able last year to only focus on the Wellington Catholic District School Board, which had 8 schools. And for 2026, we're going to add hopefully an additional 12 schools to that roster throughout the UGDSP, which we have approached. So basically be doubling the number of schools that we have that outreach to. And in some of the initiatives that we had for 2025, we were able to install a new outdoor water bottle filler at the Victoria Park in Fergus. This was identified through some feedback from residents as a great area to have this kind of opportunity. It's where most of the outdoor programs are held during the summer months in Fergus. We also had, through our water audit program, we had Jefferson Elora Corporation and Groves Memorial Hospital participated in that audit program. We also had the Sportsplex that implemented several of the recommendations from their audit program report throughout the year, included some changes with a water recirculation system and some changes to fixtures, aerators and things along those lines to reduce the flow. For splash pads, the 2025 season was the first time that we were able to implement the full shoulder season schedule. What that includes is from May to June, we have a reduced amount of hours because there's a reduced usage for it. Without any complaints noted from our staff, we were able to, from the 2021 until 2025, show a reduction of about 12 million liters of water through the efficiency changes we've made, splash pads. In 2025, we also had the toilet rebate program. There were about 39 recipients of a toilet rebate. And we tracked the different models and the flow capacities of those toilets versus the replacements. And what we showed was about an estimated annual reduction of almost 1 million liters of water through that program. And that would continue annually moving forward. And we also started doing some water meter continuous use investigations. This is in addition to the work done by our other departments that follow up on larger alerts. These are kind of the lower alerts that are maybe more of like a residential home, small leak sort of situation. We had 76 alerts that were followed up on. Over 90% of those alerts were able to be resolved, saving the users money on their water bill, as well as reducing the water wastage, which is great. Just continuing there, some of the programs that happened in 2025, moving into 2026. We created a list of water efficient fixtures that meet or exceed the EPA's water sense criteria for low flow. And we were able to provide that list to the project manager for the operations center so they can take that into consideration when looking at fixtures. Our outdoor water conservation bylaw, we kind of continued with advertising campaign for that through 2025. Lots of different avenues involved, digital media, print media. For our water conservation education moving into 26, with that water cart, we're hoping to add in a staff presence at all the public events. And that way we can kind of provide some more education and outreach opportunities at those events. We will be completing a municipal drinking water system audit using the AWWA's water auditing software. This will give us kind of a snapshot of our municipal system and where we can add in some efficiencies and identify some water loss strategies. And we also followed up on a lot of non-revenue water and water loss exploration pathways. We were able to maybe better quantify some of the different water loss avenues that we already knew existed, as well as identifying some of the ones that had never been quantified or qualified before, which helps us again kind of get into that reduction of non-revenue water. Oh, there we go. So for the 2026 conservation work plan, following up on that water bottle filling station, we have ordered some more water bottle filling stations, and we do plan on targeted installation of those water bottle fillers, kind of in coordination with the active transportation and mobility master plan, and get some, as well as some feedback from the public on where they'd like to have those. Our water audit and capacity buyback program. So the largest users in the municipality can go through that water audit program, and we're hoping to target about at least 2 more of them in 2026. And then we'll introduce the capacity buyback portion of it, which is the ability of them to apply for a incentive or a rebate for some of the work that they end up doing based on the recommendations of the water audit report. So they'll be saving some water, and they get a little bit of a incentive rebate for that. We will be implementing a water softener rebate program. The water softener rebate program has 2 different options. We heard a little bit about that, but one of the issues surrounding water softeners is inefficiencies, especially with water. And the newer systems, there will be like the salt-based systems that are more efficient and have scheduled times and monitored times for releasing their recycling of the water. But there's also the option for a non-salt water conditioning system, which kind of does the same idea, but it doesn't use any salt. And we'll be bringing that forward to council and providing a rebate to residents for switching out to those systems. And we'll be continuing our work on the water supply bylaw update. The existing water supply bylaw is fairly dated, and we want to bring it up and improve the language in it, bring it up to modern standards, and make sure that it's ready for today's kind of climate. And I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Ian. You did a great job following the other 2. Yours had good flow. Questions from council. Councillor Evoy.
Grown. Thank you, Teresa. That was amazing. Highlights for me were almost 20,000 liters saved with the water bottles, with the single-use use. It's a long day. Almost 20,000 single-use water bottles offset. So thank you. Also, the splash pads with 12 million liters saved. That's fantastic. Just to be sure, that was that year, this year alone?
No,
or
so
in
that's
total since 21?
Since 21.
Okay, great. Still wonderful.
Yeah.
And my question is around the the toilet rebate. Gosh, I can't talk anymore. The toilet rebate, with only 39 of them, I think we've talked about this before, that it's disappointing. They haven't seen a higher return. But your 1 million liters, that comes from just the 39 toilets?
Yeah, so and it's an annual number. So it's the amount that those toilets, if they were still in use versus the ones that they've been swapped out for, how much they'd save over a year combined.
So we need to get that message out there, because maybe people will be more inclined to turn in their old toilets.
Yeah, it is definitely something that we're trying to work on with messaging for them.
Great work. Thank you to all you and your team.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through Chair. Thanks, Ian, for a great report. Lots of great information in here. Hopefully it kind of gets out to the community. Lots of great work. Just curious, the 2, when we're talking about the water softener rebate program,
yes,
you mentioned the 2 different kind of equipment options that might be coming. I know those details are still being worked out, but what ballpark estimate are either of those kind of either piece of equipment for a cost to a resident?
Costing?
Yeah, ballpark high.
I couldn't even give you a ballpark. Okay. To be fair, we're still trying to, exactly at that point in the process where we're approaching the different contractors that would be installing these and kind of getting an idea of that. The models that we're talking about use a different way of reducing the hardness in the water, so they don't technically soften water. They just reduce the hardness almost to the same efficiency as a water softener. But 1, they don't use any wastewater, and 2, they don't use any salt. So they're really a great technology, but it has its limitations. So we do want to fully flesh that out before, presenting that as the, hey, let's go do this option kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Craddock, and thank you, Ian, for a great presentation. This came up at the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee. It was a question about the water softener rebate program, whether it'd be available to people who are not on the municipal water supply system. So we have a lot of residents in the community who are still on private services, rural residents, of course, but there are actually a few chunks of urban areas like my neighborhood. So I'm just curious. I think your answer that night was that it was only going to be for people on the municipal water supply system. So I'm just curious, I guess maybe as a council and everybody, if we can look at how we can do a program that would be suitable for residents within Center Wellington that are not on the municipal water supply system. Because I think some of this technology would probably be really good for water, like rural septic systems and that kind of thing as well. So just want to make sure we're not leaving out our rural residents and the urban residents who are still on private services as well. Thank you.
I see Colin eager to answer that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through Deputy Mayor Craddock. Yeah, no, great point. You know, we do see, well, we do have issues contributing area, right, for sodium and chloride at a couple of our existing wells. So yeah, there may be some opportunity, you know, even softener systems that are within those areas, right, where there's a septic field, right, where the backwash water is discharging to a septic bed. That might be, you know, kind of the chlorides and sodium finding their way to the well. So yeah, I think it's a great point, something that I think we'll look into and consider as we're building the program. But from a source protection angle, I think would be kind of where we'd approach that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Follow up, please.
Yeah, I just wanted a quick comment that I really like how the program is kind of like education based and scientific and technical and all those things together, that it's, and looking at those large users right down to individual users. So congratulations to you on how you're running the program and the team. So thank you very much.
Okay, guys, I'm going to read the recommendation here. Thank you again, Ian. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington receive the 2025 Water Conservation Program Annual Report for information. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Wilton, secondary Councillor McDonald. All those in favor? So pass. Got a question? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to 12.7, the Community Heritage Grant Program update. And we have Deanna speaking to this. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Craddock and members of council. The report, through you, the report before you is to provide an update on the Community Heritage Grant Program as we enter the third year of running it, and also to recommend revisions to the program based on feedback from the community. The program currently provides matching funding of up to 50% of eligible costs to a maximum of $10,000 per property to owners of designated heritage properties. In 2025, 11 applications were received. Of those, 9 were ultimately paid out for a total of approximately $44,000 in funding. Projects included replacement of wood windows and storms, repointing of stone walls, and repair of original elements. The program has also incentivized many property owners to request heritage designation. While the program has been successful, feedback has been received from heritage building owners and stewards that $10,000 is insufficient to incentivize owners to pursue heritage designation for large buildings and does not provide adequate funding for their significantly higher maintenance and restoration costs. As such, staff recommend modifications to the program to allow for additional funding of up to $20,000 for one project per year. In order to implement the changes, a two-tiered approach is recommended. The standard $10,000 grant would be considered a level 1 grant, whereas the increased $20,000 grant would be considered a level 2. Only one level 2 grant would be authorized per year, subject to available funding. The increased funding is mainly intended for institutional, former institutional, mixed use, or multi-residential buildings at the discretion of the Managing Director of Planning and Development. A draft bylaw is appended to the report, which reflects the proposed changes. Should Council approve the updated bylaw, program guidelines will be updated to reflect the change happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, and Councillor McDonald.
Deputy Mayor Craddock, so things are getting more costly. Is that what you're hearing? Yeah.
Yes, through you. Yes, material costs are rising, as well as just the upkeep of larger buildings like churches or former institutional or multi-residential buildings is just larger. So $10,000 doesn't go as far.
No, it won't even put a dent in a window. Follow up? And so you'll come back to council if you need further funding for this program?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, our recommendation. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington receives for information staff report PLN 2026-11, providing an update on the Community Heritage Grant Program, and that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington authorizes the mayor and clerk to repeal bylaw 2024-01 and give 3 readings to a revised Community Heritage Grant Program bylaw in the Township of Center Wellington, as outlined in staff report PLN 2026-11. Mover, Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Evoy. All those in favor? So moved, and thank you, Deanna. We'll move on to 12.8, ice and recreation facility allocation policies, and a presentation from Matt Tucker. Welcome, Matt.
Good evening, everyone. Through you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. The Township Indoor Recreation Facilities Allocation Policy was created in 2008 when facility demands were a bit more predictable. Since then, participation in organized sport, especially ice-based activities, has increased significantly, with ice facilities now operating at approximately 99% of prime time capacity. To better manage this increased and complex ice demand, the original policy in 2008, we've divided into 2. So we have an ice allocation policy for ice pads and a recreation facility allocation policy for non-ice facilities, such as sports fields, arena floors, and hall spaces. This modernized approach replaces rigid formulas with a standard of play framework focused on fairness, transparency, and alignment with council priorities. The 2026 ice allocation policy acknowledges the ice demand exceeds supply. It aligns with the 2025 Parks and Recreation Plan. It improves scheduling practices and adds a spring ice application form that we really never had in the past. Another small change in the policies was moving the minor sports groups ahead of the major sports groups in the priority use category to emphasize on the importance of youth. Both policies have been updated with consultation for the minor and major sports groups, along with the Healthy Community Advisory Committee Working Group. Earlier this month, the 2 allocation policies were presented to the Healthy Advisory and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committees. At both committee meetings, suggestions were made. Staff went back, made the changes reflecting the feedback that we received. Staff then sent an updated allocation policy highlighting the changes to the sports groups in both committees. Staff have not received any more feedback about the allocation policies that are attached to this report. It was a great process and a lot of great input from the committee members. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, Sir Matt. I'm sorry. It sounds like you're fighting the cold and we should have bumped you. You stayed all that time to deliver this. I'm just sorry I didn't realize. I hope
it's all
get home soon and get some rest.
Thank you.
Great report.
Thank you. And Councillor McDonald.
To you, Deputy Mayor Craddock. In your discussions at committee level, because I'm sorry I didn't see that in the minutes, did you discuss how much ice time is being allocated outside of Center Wellington to meet capacity?
There was no questions
outside of the township, but there was definitely at the Meyer Sports Group level, definitely conversation within the groups expressing where they're renting the ice outside of Center Wellington for sure. So it with the sports groups, it was a great meeting, and it was really nice to have the groups all together in one room discussing and really realizing the problem we do have with ice.
Yeah, a shortage.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I just more of a comment. I don't want to have you speak a little bit, but I just really want to thank you and the team for all the consultation that has been undertaken in order to develop this policy. I think it's appreciated by all. I think the increase in the priority for the youth groups was a fantastic move, and I think was well received by a lot of the groups that you had consulted with. And I think it's really important too, and worth maybe repeating, that it, like, baked within the policy is that formal acknowledgement that ice demand exceeds the available supply. We are growing. We talk about our growth all the time. And I think that's a really important acknowledgement to make. So thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. So again, thank you, Matt, and I'll read the recommendation here. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington receives for information staff report. I apologize. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington approves the 2026 ice allocation policy and the 2026 recreation facility allocation policy included as attachments to report CS 2026-07. And that the 2026 ice and facility allocation policies replace the 2008 indoor facility allocation policy. Mover, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Adams. Any other questions, concerns? Hearing none. All those in favor? So moved. And that's it for considerations of reports. We're moving on to bylaw 13.1. 2026-16, a bylaw to establish a community heritage grant program in the Township of Center Wellington. 2026-17, a bylaw to appoint an acting fire chief for the Township of Center Wellington and repeal bylaw 2021-28. And the recommendation that bylaws 2026-16 and 2026-17 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk and the corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder, Councillor McDonald. Questions, comments? All those in favor? So moved. Notice of motions? None. Motions where notice has been given? There are none. Confirmatory bylaw. A bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2026-18 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held February 23rd, 2026 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Mover, Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Wilton, all those in favor? So moved. Anyone want to move adjournment? Councillor Jefferson, seconder. Councillor McDonald, all those in favor? We are done. Thank you. Stay safe, Sean. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for bearing with me through that.